Okay. All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I've been hearing a lot about this game. Watched a little bit myself, and yeah, it looks like fun. I figured I've played several Yakuza games in a row. I think I'd like to take a little break and do something else for a bit. So that's what I'm gonna do. Let's dive right in. There's a fine, distinguished gentleman. What in the world? But what? What's the time frame? But what's the time frame? How many days do I have? What does a timely fashion mean? What does it mean? In all honesty, I'm actually a little bit concerned I may not be smart enough to get through this game. Uh, but we'll see. We'll see. Seems like its target audience is like cryptographers, people who crack codes. Like, really, really smart people. Anyway, let's see what we've got. Searching the estate can be exhausting. Each time you enter a room, you will lose one step. When you no longer have any steps left, you will be too tired to continue searching the manor and must call it a day. All right. Open only in the event of my death. Simon, welcome to Mount Holly. You may not remember, but I have fond memories of your many visits here as a young boy, and I hope these rooms provide you with as much amusement as it did in those lost summer days. By the time you read this, I will assume you are fully aware of my last wishes and all the details of the bequest. Please do not mistake my intentions in giving you this challenge as a lack of confidence. I assure you, nothing could have been further from my mind when I chose you as my heir. With that said, there are a few ground rules of this commission covered in the fine print of my will that I feel I should bring to your attention. No tools or items may be brought onto the estate from the outside. Tools and items found on the estate may not be taken off the estate. You may not stay overnight. I don't suspect that any of these stipulations should prove an impediment for someone as resourceful as yourself, but it is very important to me that you start fresh each morning and not rely on the successes of the previous day. One final word of advice. Do not assume the rooms you find today will be the same rooms you find tomorrow. The grounds have provided me a home for the last half-century, and even I am uncertain of which room lies beyond any particular door. Your grandmother used to say, "Don't go where the path leads, abandon the path, and go where you want it to lead." With all my love and best wishes, best of luck, Herbert S. Sinclair. Alright. We have a blueprint. This will serve as a useful map and inventory log during your adventure. Access it by pressing tab. Alright, we've got the... Okay, so we've got a directory of rooms. The antechamber. Okay. And aside from just numbered, they're also organized into categories. Bedrooms, hallways, green rooms, red rooms, and shops. Okay. We can call it a day at any time down here. I suppose we could try and speedrun a game over, but I feel like that would be kind of a waste. Alright, so I got a blueprint. Got a lovely entry hall. Got a couple of paintings that don't seem to mean anything. And I get to choose where we're going. You know, it's the entrance hall. Let's have a closet. You gotta have a closet for your coats, right? That makes perfect sense. There are 2 items inside. One is a gem, a sleep mask. First time you enter each bedroom with the sleep mask, gain 5 steps. So, okay, good way to gain extra steps. Got a safety pin and a tree of some kind. Probably need to figure out what kind of tree that is. Alright. So you don't just get... Okay. Maybe I should have taken the bedroom after all. Makes absolutely no sense, but let's put a nook there. Get us a key. Okay. Ooh, a note. A journey noteworthy. As you continue on your adventure, you may want to consider getting something to scribble down your notes and observations. A pad, scrap of paper, or perhaps most fittingly, a journal will prove to be an invaluable tool to you. You will not regret having beside you on your journey. That is an excellent point. I will be right back. Alright, got pen and paper. Let's see what else is in this here room. Oop, sorry. There's the key. Some books I cannot apparently read. A rook. I cannot jump in this game. Can I sprint? I can run a little bit. Jukebox do anything? Jukebox don't do nothing. And a hat rack. Okay, I have to be honest. One thing that has been spoiled for me is that the drawings are some kind of a meta puzzle, and apparently, like, if you figure out the missing letter between the two words depicted, that'll give you a letter that you can write into something else. So I am aware of that. Kind of wish I wasn't, to be honest. Which is why I'm actually playing this game now, or one reason why I'm playing this game now as opposed to waiting till later, which had been my initial intent. Because I don't want anything else spoiled for me. This looks cool, and I'd like to actually get as much of the experience as I can. Okay, so now we are in the den. We can see that it is presently 9 o'clock. One must assume AM. Okay, I've got some stars. Some stairs. There's that gem. Now wait, if I remember correctly, this showed 4 doors. So this fireplace... Something ain't right. Can I interact with any of these clocks? No, I can't. Alright, before I go any farther. So since I already know about the meta puzzle, I'm not gonna... I could pretend I don't, but I do, sadly. So I may as well start working on it. Start writing some of this stuff down. Alright, so we've got a grid of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, 45 room estate. Not looking for the 46th room. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A, B, C, D, E, F. Could that be confusing? Well, too late now. H, I. Alright. So we're currently on what I'm going to term row G in room 2. So G2 is bridge and bride, which is what? G? I think it's G. I should get a pencil for this. Okay, I can't find a pencil, so I've better hope that my guesses are correct. Also, I said G, that was a mistake. I am an H. H2 is G, I think. And the Nook was, what, stars and stairs, I believe? Hang on. I should double check myself on this before I make more of a fool of myself than I'm almost certain to anyway. Alright, okay, no. This one is stars and stairs. The other one was the Bridge and Bride. So the other one would be the G. This one would be the I. Alright. Okay. Can I manipulate this one at all? Can I manipulate any of them at all? It doesn't seem that I can. Do I just wait for them to get into the correct position? I've already passed through the correct one of the correct positions, it looks like. Maybe I need a key to get in here to be able to manipulate that. But a specific key, not just a general one like what I currently have. Yeah, because the one I currently have is doing me no good whatsoever. It's going to take an awful long time for it to get to the V formation. And if something was going to happen when it reached the line formation, I probably would have noticed. But I did. Maybe not. Well, whenever you enter the chapel, lose 1 gold. Guest bedroom is worth 10 steps, but is also a dead end. Seems like the kind of thing you'd want to wait for later. Parlor has a puzzle piece. And would also form a closed loop with the entrance hall. In that case, the chapel might be the better choice. No, I'm wrong. The den doesn't open on 3 sides. It does only have on 4 sides. One side is the fireplace. Okay. That's a dead end. That's a closed loop. Hopefully I can't go negative currency. 5 is the maid. 2 is the cook. 3 is the gardener. 4 is the chimney sweep. 6 is the horseback rider. 1 is the hoe. I mean the gardener. Let's write that down. Wait a minute. There's another one. But that one has no number. No, wait, it does. 7 is the knight? At least I hope that's a knight. 5 is the maid. So if the other one's a gardener, this has to be a farmer? Oh. You know, I'm saying horseback rider. Could be like fox hunter. Nah, the helmet. Nah, no. It's got to be like horseback rider. Might be a proper term for that I'm not aware of. And 4 looks like the chimney sweep. Okay. How is that relevant? Don't know. What else we got in here? Nothing carved into the back of the pews. Very odd chapel. I mean, it's in the shape of a chapel, but there's no, like, actual religious symbolism. Probably just the game devs wanting to dodge that kind of thing, but, you know, if you're gonna put in a chapel, put in a chapel. Grumble. Alright. Get some money from the pantry. Go to a storeroom and get some stuff. I don't really need extra steps just yet. I think we'll go with the pantry. Bridget, please pick up some more fruit before Friday. As we've just been informed, we have an extra guest exploring the house next week. 50 steps should be more than enough, so I think an even spread would be ideal. 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges. The enclosed amount should cover expenses, but please bring back any change from the order and leave it in the pantry. Okay. Get paid. And we got an orange for 5 steps. But why? So if one orange is 5 steps, and it's given me 50 steps, and that means 25 of those steps are oranges, which means apples and bananas probably give 2 and 3 steps each, but I don't know which one does which. Okay. All right. Commissary has items for sale, and I just got money. Has a gem requirement. Parlor has a puzzle piece. I am curious about the puzzle piece. But I just got paid. Seems a shame not to use it. Alright, so here we are at the commissary. What do we got? Effective the first week of December, payroll for all live out and seasonal staff will be managed electronically. As your attendance will no longer be registered at morning roll call, it is doubly important that you do not fail to clock in and out at one of the electronic computer terminals on the estate. 2 of these terminals can be found at security, where the punch clock used to be, and in the laboratory. Alright. Any questions or concerns regarding this process should be directed, as always, to our house manager, Mrs. Babbage. terminal password looks like it starts with an S? Hmm. Want to print that screen, I do. Let's pull up Ye Olde Paint. Paste that sucker in there. Ye Olde Paint is sort of letting me down a little bit. But I can zoom in. Yes, we definitely have an S. And I believe it ends with ing. I'm not sure I can make out much more than that. Said one was at security, and one was at the laboratory. Alright, what can I see about this password? It definitely begins with an S. I can't tell how many letters intervene, but that definitely looks like an ing ending. I'll need more than that. Clearly. Actually, wait. Darn it. Let's get back to the game. Not good. Steam still will take the screenshots. Commissary will be closed from day 12 to day 16. Sorry for the inconvenience. Okay, good to know. Plane without... plane... without plan... Oh, and it's got an E right there. So with plane without plan. And I have been... I've not been good about writing down these things, so I didn't even look for them down below, but this one's just basically handed to me. Alright, so this is the meta puzzle that I was referring to earlier, and this is the clue to it. So hey, at least I dug that up real quick. Alright. What else we got in this here commissary? Cigarettes? Jackpot? I love lung... no, I do not love lung cancer. Wait, why is this door blocked? Oh, because it leads back to the wall of the den. I am not as smart as I think I am. Alright, what can I get out of the commissary? I can get a gem for 3, sledgehammer for 8, set of gems for 10, and running shoes for 8. Okay. And it says today, so the commissary changes, eh? I notice it doesn't actually tell me what any of this does. Like, I assume running shoes, those may be faster? Do they give me more steps? Sledgehammer must have some particular use. I know gems seem to be used to unlock certain rooms. Dirigiblocks. Can I play it? Nope. Can't play Dirigiblocks. Gotcha. Gotcha. Alright. I won't have this place from day 12 to day 16. Should it take me so long? Which, yeah, of course it will. Alright, so what do we have here for the little drawings? Or do we have little drawings, actually? No, the chapel does not appear to have the drawings. Okay. look around carefully, I suppose. Make certain that I'm not wrong about that. Yeah, I don't see a single drawing in here. Well, no drawings mean that I can't really do anything with that. And I didn't look in the pantry, did I? Just walked through it like an idiot. Like a maroon. If I go back for it now, I'll lose steps and money. You know what? I'm just going to keep moving forward. Passageway. Need 2 gems. If I bought a gem back there, I would be able to get it. But I want to back out. Ah, no such luck. I have screwed myself. I have fabulously destroyed myself. Because I don't have enough gems for the passageway, which is the only one that has any exits. So, this is the end. You know what? Let's go with the lavatory. Why not? Alright. What do we have in the lavatory? We've got a tie and, the hell is that? I don't even know what that is. That's literally all that's in here, just the tie and that. Okay, that's a piece of servingware. What is it? Tiered? Tier? It can't just be an R, can it? That'd be silly. That'd be far too silly. When I'm looking at similar objects online, though, they are just called dessert stands or servers or something. So I guess the only thing that makes sense to me is tier and tie, which I guess that would make this one R? Not too confident on that, but I don't have any other ideas. Alright, well, I've got plenty of steps and no more rooms I can do. I suppose I may as well, find the remaining clues to the rooms that I do have. Honestly, rather disappointed this first day. Thought I'd do a bit better. So that's an ace. Ace, face. So that's A. Alright, we've got a safety pin. Has that got needles? Yeah, it does. Pine. Pin and pine, so that would be E. Alright. AE, though. Not too many words with AE. And since I have no idea what this one is... Now, the chapel's kind of... Yeah, I don't think I want the chapel or the lavatory again. Neither of them are particularly good rooms. They don't go anywhere, and they, kind of screw you. Flan, sand, or desert and desert, which would be S. Well, okay. This day has not gone quite as well as I would have hoped. I made a huge mistake not buying that gem here in the commissary. If I'd gotten that, I would have been able to continue. Instead, this chapel has taken away my money. You know, most churches, the offerings are not compulsory. They don't, like, shake you down at gunpoint. It's called an offering. And maybe this character is just particularly pious. I don't know. Well, may as well have a look around outside. Make a wish. Sure, why not? Lovely countryside, if nothing else. That is an eclectic building if I've ever seen one. A motley pile of junk. Which can be quite fun to live in, I suppose. I don't know. Maybe I will discover its charms more as I go on. It's just from the outside. The outside, it doesn't exactly cut the... Oh, that's rather nice. Can we get down there? I mean, I don't see how you would, but the prospect is intriguing. Bird bath. Bench. Suicide cliff. Dark, scary tunnel that's sure to lead to your doom. Speaking of, I hope I clear this game before that comes out. So that is definitely my next thing to play. Another bird bath. Wonder if there's any significance to the bird baths. Alright, little tent. Ah, I guess this is the place we camp out in. Campsite. Due to the rules set forth in your great uncle's will, you are not allowed to stay in the estate overnight. Luckily for you, however, your scouting skills have been put to good use to fabricate a very respectable off-site sleeping quarters. You may call it a day at any time from the blueprint menu to return to the campsite for the night. Very well. Lovely trees, look like maybe aspens. Bit dead though. Also, these are definitely not aspens. Combination lock. You never know. Alright, so we've got an apple grove, or apple orchard. Needs a combination. Yeah, I really screwed up today. Of course, had I rolled differently on that last one, it wouldn't have been so bad, but oh well. Is there anywhere else to look around that I haven't yet? Locked fallout shelter. Okay. Alright, well. Absent any other real options, I guess I'll call it a day. Okay. Okay. I will be back in just a moment. Alright. Let's get back into it. Alright, so. Yep. Same instructions as yesterday, same paintings. I'm gonna start here. Something other than the chapel. Haven't done the parlor yet. But the den offers more options. That V's a bit darker than the others. Strange. Prayer. Crowbar? I mean, the two words need to be similar. But what would be similar here? I could go with hands and hand, which would give an S, but I'm almost certain that's wrong. But that's just silly, really. Yeah, that would give us SSAE. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I really don't know. Don't know, but I'm going to take a screenshot. Keep thinking about it. Maybe I'll have to look up crowbar synonyms, because I can't think of... I can't think of anything. Okay, nothing seems to have changed. Let's go with a spare room. Spare rooms are also not terribly useful unless you're trying to get somewhere. There's literally nothing here. Not even those little drawings. All right. A bedroom would be pretty good here. Trunk is locked. Very well. Hand pointing down. What do we got? Greetings from Reddington. Anything on the back? Nope. Got somebody's portrait with a moon necklace. Young woman. Relatively young. Well, no, fairly young. What, 20s, 30s? No wrinkles, so probably 20s. Okay, we've got an elk, or a stag, and a 10-point tag? Stag and tag would be S. Well, I've got SAES on the bottom row. Which doesn't really make anything. Five-letter words starting with S, ending with S. With an A in the middle. I can think of scars, but doesn't seem to fit with the, doesn't really seem to fit. I'll need to recheck I4 again. Take a picture at any rate. apart from the trunk, I don't think we've got anything else really in here. I mean, I'm confident the entrance hall is A. The den I can't figure out. I'm reasonably confident of these two, but that is AES. And I'm reasonably confident this is S, but that's S blank AES. That doesn't spell anything except space? Now, that's not the right way to spell space. Chapel. I could do chapel, but why would I want to? Could do breaker box. But then I'd be stuck here. Alright, we've got a mine cart and a car and cart, that would be T. That gives us T at H5. Anything else worth noting in this here corridor? Aside from the lovely view outside? Trilby. Lots of urns and trilbies and other hats and such around. One might wonder why they didn't clean up better after the previous occupant was, well, deceased. Kitchen has food for sale, but the parlor I have neglected, I feel. I think it's time we went to the parlor. Okay, we've got 3 boxes. The man himself, Henry S. Sinclair. Our little nook here. Dear Herbert, May the 2nd. Dear Herbert, it was a great honor receiving the invitation to dine at your estate with the Oldhams this past Thursday. If I'm being frank, it had been quite a while since we had been seen in decent society, and we were beginning to worry that my wife's wit had lost its charm. I have no delusions that my company is a rival to hers. If I can refresh your memory, we both spent much of that evening discussing our mutual love of games and puzzles, and I had mentioned to you a rather singular parlor game I had played some years back involving 3 boxes of different colors. You had pressed me to write with the particulars of this game, when I found the time, and I have included with this letter all the details you will need to share with guests should you be inclined to play this confounding game. Always your friend, M. Lowry. So, the rules. There will always be at least 1 box which displays only true statements. There will always be at least 1 box which displays only false statements. Only 1 box has a prize within, the other 2 are always empty. Okay. And we have here a key. A rather curious wind-up key. Bean and mountain? Peak? Pod? It's not a leak, so it's not peak and leak. It's a good way to get arrested, actually. Top and... no. I mean, those are peas. It's a pea pod. P and peak. Derp, it's a K. So G5 is probably K. Alright, but on to the puzzle here. What have we got? 2 boxes in this room are empty. Well, that is a true statement. There are 3 boxes in this room. That is also a true statement. This box is one of the 2 empty boxes. Well, given the rules of the game, at least one of these has to be a lie. That is true by the rules of the game. This is true by the evidence of our eyeballs, so this is the only one it could possibly be. But before I do that, this might be really, really dumb. Or, you know, just... This might be one of those... Okay, yeah. No, we cannot use the parlor game key to wind that clock. I thought maybe, but no. Nope. Doesn't work that way. Not that simple. Unfortunately. I still have no idea what to do in this room. Alright, so it's going to be the black box. And we got some gems. Hooray. Alright, next door. Huh. Well, I guess security is not a bad plan. Alright, so... Wait, what? Cutscene? Didn't realize there were cutscenes. He's just a baby, isn't he? Just a little lad. Can't be more than 18. Maybe 20. Fairly old tech for 93. Presuming this is still around that year and not several years in the future, but, you know, the later it gets, the worse that is. Oh dear, my granduncle appears to have been a horrifying pervert. What? Let me just poke the screen? You just desperate to feel the static electricity, boyo? I mean, yes, it's a camera with you on it that doesn't move when I move because it's static. And, all right. Oh, it does, just not in real time. That's entertaining. All right, enough foolishness. All right, blue memos equal true. Red memos equal lies. Good to know. Blue memos true. Red memos lies. Noted. Especially considering this is a blue memo. But then maybe it's like some fourth dimensional chess shit where it's like, okay, on the blue memo, the blue memos can say they're true, but on the red memo, they say that the blue memos are lies. And what's that here? I can't see down. Unless written by by Rand? Unless written by hand. Oh, good. Good to know. All right. Okay, so we've got some blue and red memos scattered about. I assume that's coffee. Sir. CCAM tape 23. I don't know. That's one of the computers it was talking about. Alright. Alright, sure. Let's view the estate inventory. The following is a detailed list of items currently in the house that have yet to be collected. List will be updated as new rooms are added. Okay, so there is one trunk. So fruit, gems, keys, coins, and trunk. Keycard system. Security doors are doors within the estate that can only be unlocked with an electronic keycard. Keycard system is currently operational. Why don't we set... Okay, the security level determines the amount of keycard security doors that will be deployed in your estate. For example, you should expect to see 1 or 2 security doors with a low setting and 5 or 6 with a high setting. Well, why don't we make that low? I don't know why we'd want it to high right now. And let's change the offline mode. This mode determines the default setting of the security doors will be set to if power is lost, during a blackout, for example. As a general safety rule, offline mode should be set to unlocked if any staff are working on the estate. Okay. Log into network. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so we have a password. The maximum length of 13. No, 12. 12. I can count. I graduated. I'm educated. Alright, so we got a 13, at most 13 password. But the only clue I have to it is that it starts with S and ends with ing. It's not really enough to be working with. Yep, couldn't have been that easy. Alright, yep, we're gonna need a bit more. Okay. Got 2 tape deck type computers. Alright. Okay, so until further notice, the antechamber has been unlocked, and access levers are no longer required to grant entry. So that's a lie, because it isn't. It is printed and read. This is true. Keycard access security doors are more likely to appear in the higher ranks of the estate. Likewise, as a redundant security measure, normal doors in the estate will also be more likely to be locked as you progress north. In case that's true. Lock and clock, we got us a C. So G4 is going to be C. Got a microwave, coffee maker. Good thing it gives me unlimited attempts, right? Yep. Why would I want to lose half of my... It's just terrible. Draw new floor plans. Well, I don't... Huh. If I put that there, well, I mean, that's not going to go anywhere for me. Breaker box also wouldn't go anywhere. This I do not think I want. Should I just deploy it and get it out of the way? Maybe we come back there later. Like, we don't actually go in now, but we just sort of pop it down and go there at, like, the end of the run, maybe? Yeah, I want to deploy this one so I never have to use it again. Oh, screw me. It doesn't... You put it down so it counts. Doesn't matter if you don't walk in. Get wrecked, idiot. Well... Bat, bath, that's an H. Which means our word for column H, or row H, is 8. And I am never deploying the weight room again. I see no reason you would ever want to use this unless you were absolutely desperate to move a certain direction. There's nothing even in here. Guest bedroom. Or a nook. Nook would lead back to the entrance hall, get me a key, which I could use on that other trunk. Yeah, why don't we do a nook? Yep, and this is the... I've already done the pictures in here. I think I'm going to go with the storeroom, because I don't think I've done that yet. Coin. Key. Gem. And yeah, this still looks like dessert and desert, which... These chess pieces that are lying around, are they like... Are they part of a chessboard? One moment, I'm drafting up some Excel stuff. Because frankly, for tables, Excel is just better than my handwritten nonsense. Even if I don't particularly like admitting that fact. I mean, we'll have to check and see if it's consistent across runs, but for now I'm going to note where those are. Any chess pieces in here? Not that I can see. Oh, wait, nope, there's a pawn. Just come to think of it, there was another pawn as well. Wasn't there a pawn there last time? I don't think it was in the same spot. Interesting. That's a thinker. Alright, let's go see what's in that trunk. Trunk has a key card and a gem. Okay, no, I cannot game the system that way. They're smart enough to know. They're too smart for that. I suppose that's good on them. But you know, one of the higher ranked bedrooms, that might work. Kind of shady. If I went with a guest bedroom, I could still keep progressing using the den. It's a risk, but it's worthwhile. Alright, what else we got here? Sinclair, I just wanted to write you a quick note thanking you for the weekend. I had a thrilling time on the hunt with Lord Evanson, whose peculiar personality somewhat made up for your own absence. I also got to appreciate your new game in the billiard room. It's been ages since I've seen the billiard room in this house. I was beginning to suspect you retired the floor plan. It was well worth the wait, though, as I always enjoy your mathematical puzzles and appreciated that I didn't need to know the rules of darts to play your variation. Hoping your health improves shortly, KL. Billiard room, not the parlor. Okay, so the billiard room contains a mathematical puzzle to do with darts. All right. I need to start keeping track of things that still need a solution. Right, so need solutions. Two things in particular. Apple Orchard combination. Password to security. What else? Guess the chest pieces and the letters meta puzzle. Oh, right, and I've got drawings here. What have we got? Got a tree and a match. So, could be a fir tree. It's spelled F-I-R, isn't it? Fire and fir. I mean, it could be. Doesn't look like a perfect likeness, but I've got no better ideas. So fire and fur, that would make this one an E. Alright, now, what about my theory of using a room like this to gain a bunch of paces back? Is that doable? No, it is not. Ah, because it's not every time. This one is every time. That one's only the first time. Gotcha. Okay. And we do not want to go in there because, well, that'll cost me 8 if I go in there. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2... that adds to, but I don't think that'll make it 0. Might make it 0. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay, we definitely want to go the longer way around. And that should be obvious. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Weight room is just awful. All right. I think I want the hallway. Okay. Stars and stairs. Howdy. Welcome. Alright, doors in West Wing are more likely to be locked on red, so that's a lie. Do not want the bathroom, because that's useless to me. Pantry would get me money. Don't have enough to make the commissary worthwhile. Pantry it is. Money. Orange. Let's see, what do we got here? Have I been in this one already? Yes, I've been in this space already. Alright. Well, the only option to keep going is going to be the drawing room. Okay. Alright, what do we got? Aside from bloody everything. Drawing floor plans. Each time you click on a door, you will draw 3 floor plans, from which you must select one to draft. However, there are some items and rooms that will allow you to redraw if you do not like your initial 3 options. Okay. Sweet. I'm sure... actually, I'm not sure. I would think that some of these drawings are going to be the ones you need to use for the meta puzzle, but I don't know which ones. My initial thought would be this guy and that guy, but that guy's repeated in several places, and this is just Mr. Sinclair again. Less likely to find items lying around the house. I don't see that that's useful. Also, that would dead end. Can't see floor plans. Well, don't like that. That could dead end me as well. Guess I'll go with the boudoir. Sleeping mask. Got a safe for Christmas. Rather large one, too. Don't know if anything else in that picture was important. Well, here's the safe. Nope. They never use the code on an idiot's luggage. Right, pictures. That's a stage. That is a plant. Is that a sagebrush? Maybe? Not right this second. You can shoot me a message on my X account, I think. So, yeah, I'll look at anything you want to show me there. I think that works. I don't know. So stage and stage is probably a T. Chapel's not a good option. Rumpus room. Passageway. Well, that's money, though. Go with the rumpus room. I've got a black bishop. So that's going to be F2. F2 has the black bishop. Though I suspect those are actually tied to the room and not the spot on the map. Lockpick kit. Okay. Come back to that. Cot and coat. So that would be an A. Okay. Okay, so we've got various cutscenes from the Mechanical Fortune Teller. Unnecessarily creepy. This door is locked. And I'm out of keys. Well, that's... Well, shit, that's the run. Ah, come on. Too difficult? Lame. Alright, is there anything I can reasonably do with what I've got? No, I think I'm just stuck. Okay, can only do that once per day. What room was that? No idea what to do with the clocks in the den. Yeah, I'm not going to stop and do that right now. Alright, new day. Let's go ahead and start with the bedroom. No trunk this time. Coins. There's a pawn there. Let's go with that one because it's new. 2 bananas. And 2 black pawns. Old Atari, old film camera, padlock, microscope, the hamster. Well, that's critically important. Alright, still the crowbar and the praying hands, which I don't know what to make of those. Today is a good day because Simon is at camp and he is not as much fun as my friends. I will not have to share my toys, and I will not have to share my room, and I will not have to share my snacks. Having a younger brother is not as much fun as they told me it would be, but today will be a good day because he is at camp. Herbie is mean and really stupid, and today is a good day because I threw away his airplane. And even though it's in red, it's handwritten, so it must be true. I also had more fun at camp than he has had in his entire life. Today's a good day because I got my brother in trouble for reading my private journal without my permission and writing mean things in it too. He also threw my model airplane in the bushes outside, but I got it back, and if he does it again, he will not get to go to the park on Friday, and I will make sure he gets no presents for his birthday. I don't need any presents because I have my brother's book because he won't stop writing about me, and today is a good day because I know he cries when he can't find his book even though he is older. He is a crybaby. Today is a good day because today my brother returns from college and I get to finally return to him the book I took from him a long, long time ago. Hopefully you find it as hilarious as I do. I honestly have no idea how we survived sharing a room. All things being said, I wouldn't have it. I would still have rather had a sister. Congrats on the diploma and welcome home, Simon. Not sure if that's Henry or his brother, because he is Henry S. Sinclair. Simon could be the middle name. Howdy. Thank you. I can't see that. I don't have that set up. I need to, but thank you. Alright. Got the parlor game again. Let's see what we've got this time. Okay. The gems are in the true box. Well, yes, obviously. There's only one box in this room. Liar. Guess it's going okay. Working my way, just playing the game, having fun. 4 boxes in this room. Okay, that is a lie. It's a lie? Ah, okay, I get it. So, this box is a lie, this box is a lie. Favorite game right now? I don't know. Don't really have a singular favorite game. I've got... you were apparently wrong, I'm afraid. I would say my favorite game is probably something like Chrono Trigger or the old Marathon series, maybe the original StarCraft. As far as stuff that's newer, I think the best thing that's come out in recent memory might be Outer Wilds. Let's see here. Green rooms do not cost gems to draft, but most rooms don't cost that. Better go with the den. Okay, so yeah, this pawn is here again. And this is not, it's in the same place in this room despite this room not being in the same place. So the puzzle, okay. The chess pieces are tied to the room. So the chess pieces are tied to the room and not to the location, then maybe setting the rooms up in a certain order solves that puzzle. And no, I've not played Phasmophobia. I've watched it a little bit, and it does look interesting, but I'm not really... I don't really have a group of people I could play a game like that with, so... I mean, I won't say it... yeah, I have not played it. Coin and key. Supposed to be a gem here too. There we go. Sand and, so that's S. Yeah, I've got I've got my Twitter linked on there, so if you want to shoot me a message on Twitter, or X or whatever they call it these days, I'll take a look at it. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. No. Yeah, okay, so sand and, that's S, so that's an S in that slot. Don't really have enough money to make the commissary a good idea yet. Let's go with security. I don't know. Not really, no. Alright, let's see here. Keycard system. Settings. Do not persist across runs. Yeah, it was a long shot. I do not have those, no. I do not have an Instagram, and I do not have a dedicated Discord. I suppose I need to set up some form of business email or something. Add to the list of things to do. Wait, earlier it said that greens did... Oh, if I set... Okay. If I set that up, then green rooms wouldn't cost gems. But since I didn't build that, now they will. Okay, that's what's up. Let's go to the courtyard. See how far north I can get. Well, that answers that question. Okay. Don't have a keycard. Wait a minute, I've been forgetting something. Yeah, the past two rooms I haven't been reading the things. Alright, what do we got here? We've got a stage and a deer? So, deer, a buck, a stag and stage. E? Could be E. No, wait, that's the wrong spot. Okay. Now then, what I'm actually here for. Cabinet? Oh, okay, so I can just shift that off. Vac indicators. Danger. Toggling the breaker switches may result in unexpected loss of floor plan functionality. Please call DC Power if you require assistance. Okay. do an observatory. Alright, do we have any drawings out here? No, no drawings. So I can't find anything there because there's nothing to work with. Okay, we've got a tag and a tent. Or a tent and a 10. If it's a tent and a 10, then it's a T. No idea what the star is for, but is that turning? No, it is not. Okay. Alright, that's not turning down below. Alright, we've got a window. Broken. Can't actually look through the telescope. Telescope is pointed completely the wrong way, regardless. Odd. Okay, I'm not sure what that does. Okay, got an airplane. Window pane? Plane and pane? Is it an L? Alright, the fixed stars. Stargazer Companion to Constellations by Richard Witt. Fen Aries, Bird and Sons Publishing, 1809. Preface. This book contains a complete starbase, a list of constellations, and the observed effects that accompany the appearance of each one. Depending on the number of stars that can be seen in the sky on any given day, different constellations of various sizes may be visible, sometimes more than one in a single day. This book, a solid base for astronomy, will help you easily identify these constellations, impress your friends, and discover the joy of stargazing. First off, the North Star, 1 gold. Second off, the Twins. 2 trunks have been added to the entrance hall. Okay. The Slice, 3 steps. Diamondus Minor, 1 gem. Southern Cross. Rooms with 4 doors are more common today. Farmer's Apple. Apples are extra delicious today. Clavis the Key. Diamondus Major, 5 diamonds. Draxus the Dead. Dendon rooms are more common today. The sale, everything is 50% off today. Florealis, Bloom of the Sky. Green rooms are more likely to contain special flowers today. Okay. But all of these seems to require a certain amount of star power, I think? You've drafted... Ah, +1 for each time you've drafted Observatory. Okay. So that seems like something I probably can't do in a single day's run. And I think I need more stars here to actually have any positive effect. Not 100% on that, but decent working theory. Okay, let's check the commissary. Alright, Flan and Fan, so that would be L. 2 L's at the end. Interesting. Assuming I'm getting these right at all. Metal detector. Ah. But what do they do? Nursery's a dead end, closet's a dead end, chapel's kind of the only option that isn't a dead end. I don't particularly like it as an option, but there it is. I'm gonna start losing money no matter what I do, so I may as well get this magnifying glass. Inspect documents of the estate more closely. Okay. Well, I know one document I'd like to check. Uh-huh. Swan Song. There it is. Which means I wasn't entirely correct. Not ING, ONG. Oh well. Worth it. So I'm right up against the antechamber, but it won't give me anything that'll actually go to it. Nice. Can't do that one because I don't have any gems. Honestly, got plenty of steps right now. Doesn't look like anything of interest. Ah, a key. And a coin. Which I will lose immediately to the chapel. Alright, what do we got here? Hose. Mansion? House. Hose, house. U. Alright, let's head this way so I can at least hopefully retain that gem for a little longer. Let's go with the pantry. That's right. The apple is 2 steps. Oranges are 5, which means bananas must be 3. And I would probably have noticed that if I had paid attention to what the banana did in the earlier room. Truly a profound discovery that will alter the entire course of the game. Okay, we got a mug. Paint can. Paint and pint. A. ALL. May not have this one right. Oh well. Figure it out slowly. Anything nefarious leaking around here? Doesn't look like it. Alright. Man, everything's locked up here. And I'm out of keys. No gems, so I can't do that. No gems, so I can't do that. No choice but a closet. Which gives me a dice. While drafting, you may use... Oh, well, that would have been nice a minute ago. Do I have any open places? Oh yeah, I got a couple. Alright, so we're not done for the day. Not yet. Alright, clock and tie. Or tie and time. If it's tie and time, that would be M. Alright, well, let's work our way back to security, I guess. Anything else I can pick up the... Nope, not enough money for a sledgehammer. Okay. Swan Song. Oh, that noise. Not as bad as it used to be. It's not the true one. It's like the O'Douls of dial-up noises, but still. Alright, staff services. What do we got? Punch in out, staff announcements, request schedule change, special orders. Sure, let's punch in. Service has been temporarily disabled. As of November 4th, all work has been suspended at Mount Holly and all domestic staff has been placed on an extended paid leave in accordance with the instructions left by the old man himself. See Mrs. Babbage for more detail. Okay. Announcements. Saturday, November 7th. I don't think anyone else has access to this network this month except you, Simon. So if you're reading this, just know we're all rooting for you, your friends in faithful service. Okay. So that means I'm probably Simon. I wonder if I wrote that journal. I'd like to request a schedule change. Uh-huh. Special orders. If you would like to get a specific brand of gum or your favorite fruit, the commissary is now taking special orders for all members of the staff. Special orders can take 1 to 3 days. Alright. Brass compass, magnifying glass, metal detector, running shoes, shovel, sleeping mask, sledgehammer. Seems like I can't get them to not have sledgehammers. Sleeping masks are nice, but not essential. Shovel, I'm curious about. Running shoes, I'm not that curious about. Metal detector is nice, but not super necessary. I'm curious about the brass compass. Sure. Don't know if I'll actually be able to get it, but hey. Alright, remote terminal access. It is possible to connect to other active terminals elsewhere on the estate using remote terminal access. So view active terminals. No other terminals are currently connected. Office, laboratory, and shelter. Okay. Email. Permissions of this terminal do not allow for the access to the email account. Currently, this feature can only be accessed via the terminal located in the office. Data transfers. Currently not available. Glossary of terms. Okay. Adjoining. Rooms are considered adjoined if they're connected to each other via a doorway. Dead end is any room lacking a second doorway. If a room ever has an additional doorways, it is not considered a dead end, even if those doorways are blocked. The directory contains detailed information for all the rooms on the estate you have drafted. You may access the directory at any time from the system menu by pressing R. Dirigiblocks. In the commissary, players may find an arcade cabinet for the popular game Dirigiblocks. To the dismay of board members of the staff, the cabinet has not been in working order for the last several years. Although the game is not currently accessible, it is scheduled to be added in a future patch. What is this patch they speak of? I feel like a wall is breaking down. Perhaps the fourth one. Anyway, one of the most common types of rooms. Bedrooms are typically used for resting and regaining steps, and are identifiable by the violet borders of their floor plans. Alright, this is basically just, stuff that is in the game, and yeah. It's the kind of thing I would actually expect to be in the escape menu. Alright. Draft pool. Okay. Drawing initial pulling of 3 floor plans from the draft pool at the beginning of drafting. Okay, so 3 floor plans are drawn, only 1 is drafted. The color of a floor plan will usually indicate the type of room. Violet for bedrooms, orange for hallways, green for green rooms, yellow for shops, red for red rooms, and blue for blueprints. Default type. Border of the very right edge of the house. So basically, the far east are in the far right column. Outdoor area of the state immediately surrounding the house. Grounds include many areas of interest, including the campsite, apple orchard, and west path. Okay. Okay, open door. Ah. Okay, so the house is just what's currently there. The estate is everything. Oh, so the character is an architect. Makes good sense. Inventory, items. Okay, so there are special keys and doors. Okay. These rooms are associated with outdoor areas and gardens and are naturally synergistic with one another. Interesting. Lot of stuff here. Permanent changes do not reset. Local is connected to a local network named Blackbridge. Don't know if that'll be important or not. Okay. Security locked. These doors appear with more frequency the more higher up in rank you are in the house. Okay, permanent changes will be marked as such. Good to know. Okay, so rarities. There didn't realize there were rarities of floor plans. Now I know. Okay. I do wonder if stars are a permanent change. Okay, so there's some rooms that actually provide benefits for future days. Okay. Alright. And that is everything. For now. Honestly, I was hoping for a little bit more, but, yeah. Okay. So I haven't missed anything super significant. Alright. I think I'm going to gonna try and keep working my way to the antechamber, even though it's not likely to be successful. And I'm gonna lose a coin for this. At least one, if not two. Probably two. Alright. Guest bedroom, East Wing Hall, or a patio. Which I can't afford a patio. East Wing Hall it is. Coins, nice. Alright. Feels too simple for it to be plant and plan, be a T, but I don't have any better thoughts. Locked. Of course it's locked. Alright, well, I guess I'm rebuffed for the moment. But only for the moment. Now, do I want to start branching off at security or all the way back down at the hallway? Six. Let's go with the guest bedroom, get more steps back. Maybe find something. Ooh, I did find something. Sweet. Ooh, I found a key. Beautiful. Absolutely fantastic. As the note about the game in the billiard room. Alright, so we've got stocks. And a minecart. Coal? No. I mean, it is, but... Graph. Bar. Chart and cart? If it was chart and cart, that would give us an H. I'm on 2, 3, 4, 5 up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. H. HT. Something doesn't feel entirely right about that one. Alright, so let's head back to the East Wing Hall and head north again. Which means losing more money. Yeah, I don't like any of those. Well, maid chamber. I'll want to use that one eventually, but not right now. Let's go with the billiard room. That's probably my better option. Alright. Locked again. Paint. Globe. Box. Chest. Ball. Come back to that. Alright. Plus, minus, times, divide. Four plus 2 would be... Nope. Plus 3 would be 7. No? Really does seem like it's plus, minus, times, divide. Four and 9 got 10 and 12 to light up. Why? if there's a reaction with any number other than 9. Alright, no, so it's 4, which goes to 7 and 2, and 9... 7 plus 2 is 9. Okay. Plus, minus, multiply, divide. So... 10 minus 12 would be 2, right? Three times 1 would be 3. Well, shit. Do I have this in the wrong order? No, it's multiply then divide. And, 3 times 1 is 3. 1 times 3 is 3. But that isn't the double spot. But then 10 was in the double spot. This seems wrong, but I'm gonna say 6. Yep. Not right. Damn it. Wait, what? What? I don't... What? I don't understand this one. Like, at all. Alright, so it was 4, which comes to 7 and 2. You add those together to get 9. Then we have 12 and 10. Now, assuming subtraction, except that this is kind of in the double ring, so it might be 12 and 20. 12 minus 20 would be a negative 8. The only thing that makes sense is 12 minus 10 equaling 2. But here's where I'm totally lost. Unless we're still subtracting, in which case 3 minus 1 is still 2. And then now, with the blue and the pink, we're multiplying 4 by 5, so 20. So if I follow that logic in order of operations, 14 times 2 would be 28. No, that doesn't work. 28 minus 7 is just 21. That's not obvious. Obviously, that's not on here. Okay, 14 plus 7 would be 21. Multiply that by 2, you get 42, which, while it is the answer to life, the universe, and everything, does not actually solve this puzzle. If we divide by 2, then that would be 11. Actually, 10.5, but we could round it to 11, but I don't think they want us to do that. We could say 14 divided by 2 plus 7 is 14, but I'm pretty sure that's wrong. What the shit? Hooray! A card for the thing I already disabled. Never have I felt so defeated in a victory. No, I should say rarely. I'm sure it's happened before. Alright. Oh, and I didn't figure out the whole, thing. Damn it. There. The globe and the box. It's a box, or a chest, or a logo, or a crest. I don't know. This one's got me kind of stumped as well. Globe. Globe, planet, ball. I don't know. And at this point, the only way forward is through the hallway down here. I'm probably going to actually get exhausted today, or at least it's my first time I've felt like that's really a possibility. I haven't figured out this place either. Alright, change. Dining room. And they served a meal because I already got to rank 8. Mmm, country stew pie. If you have a boiler room in my house. Well, I don't. But, you know what? Maybe I'll get lucky. No gems, so no luck there. Which is a huge pity because keys are exactly what I need right now. Let's do the coat check. Yeah. Not sure if the coin purse was the right thing to check. Maybe I should have checked a key card or something. Oh well. If I've made a terrible mistake, it's probably not the first time. And let's be honest, it's only day 3. Alright. Wine cellar, 3 gems. Would have been useful earlier. Do I have anywhere else I can draft a room? No, I don't. I can't re-roll, so this is basically going to be the end of the run because I don't have a gem to do anything for the kitchen. I can't re-roll. Alright, so honestly, since I don't have any more opportunities to draft, the wine cellar, gonna be pointless. The kitchen, I can't do because I don't have any gems, so hooray. That means that the mailroom is the most useful option. Got a crow. Crow and a boat. Crow and row, that's a sea. Where am I at? Okay. Alright, anything else in here of interest? No, got a gem anyway, for all the good that does me. Alright, utility room fuse box. Indicator settings. More detailed instructions will be sent by electronic mail to the address the client has provided. Alright, so press any button above to activate blue. Press a blue plus blue indicator next to a red indicator to activate purple. 5 purple indicators are needed to activate the 6th. Lovely. No idea what that does for me, if anything. Simon J. Jones. Simon P. Jones. Okay. Hey buddy, how's it going up there in that big house? I think most people would be pretty scared being alone for this length of time, but I have a feeling you're doing just fine. I imagine you're happy as a clam, perfectly content on the estate with the exploration opportunities for adventure that present themselves each day. So I'm writing this, you're currently in the garage packing the tent. I wanted to try to post this letter before we depart tomorrow, so that it has a chance to arrive during your first few days on the estate, but with all the preparations, I'm not sure that I'm going to find the time. There's so much I want to say, and I'm sure I'll forget to tell you Friday night. Sometimes it's easier to just jot this stuff down. You're yelling at me right now to come bring you a pillowcase. Hang on a second, I'll be right back. I can tell you're really excited, but I think you might feel a little guilty about being so happy the day after the funeral. Believe me, I know how long Uncle Herbert worked on setting this up for you, and I know from our conversations just how much happiness this final project brought him. So do us both a favor. Be excited. The house really is amazing. I know it's been almost 7 years since we were last up there, and I'm really curious to hear just how much you remember from those summer trips. You've always been smarter than me at this kind of thing, so I'm not sure how much guidance or inspiration I can offer you. Offer before your trip that will actually be useful to you. Despite my best intentions, I'm sure that on Friday I'll end up leaving you with a few of my overused cliche expressions when we say farewell. Later, alligator, Dad. P.S. Get some sleep each night and don't spend all your time each day playing dirigiblocks. Okay, so the journal from earlier was actually something we wrote to our older brother, I think. Because I think we're Simon, he's the older brother, or, well, obviously that was your dad. But yeah, okay. Apparently Simon is an architect. Well, that's all neat. Alright, what can I do today that's going to be of use? I think the magnifying glass is mostly just for finding that password. Yep. Still confused by this one. Prayer and pry bar? Does that even make sense? What would that leave you with? No, that doesn't work. I like pin and pine, it fits very nicely, but... And I don't know what else would, but that gives you AES. And I don't want to look up the solution to this one because it'll show me the solutions to all the others, including the ones I haven't had a chance to work on yet. That's not going to be any fun at all. Hmm. No, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Come to think of it, I didn't muck about with the breaker box, did I? I wonder if a sledgehammer could get me in there. Can't think of anything else that might. Where to put the utility closet? Still do not understand this puzzle. Vac indicators. Okay. Alright. Not a terrible run for day 3. Okay. I'm going to take a short break and I'll be back momentarily. Okay. And we're back. Okay. What is my objective today? Oh, so the stars do persist. Good to know. Excellent. Start off with a den. Get ourselves a gem. Hit up one more. No point to a commissary yet. I don't... Well... Yeah, let's go with commissary. Alright, I think this is the first time I've gotten to this particular location. So we've got rod and road. So road without rod is A. Which would mean that the word for that row is crack. Okay. Crack 8 something or other. Alright, what's for sale today? Salt shaker. Okay. Compass. Okay. Shovel and sledgehammer. Hopefully I can get enough money together to get the compass and the shovel. In fact, I think that may be my particular mission, is to make enough cash to get some of those items and figure out what they do. Sadly, nobody dropped loose change here. But we go with this. Yeah. Oh, this is new. Staff notice. June 15th, 1983. Out of respect for the late Lady Clara Epson, the West Wing will be closed until further notice. While the floor plans associated with this wing have not been removed from the pool, we ask that the staff members refrain from drafting them during this period of mourning. Likewise, any may draft... So... Security? Already? Seems early. Ah, my package has been delivered. Let's take a look. What did we get? Please return all correspondence and packages addressed to Denny Rivain, to sender, as he is no longer employed with our staff. And I suddenly wish I still had the magnifying glass. Dadgummit. I had the magnifying glass last time, but I could have sworn that that note wasn't there. Ah, well. Alright, I got an amateur lockpick kit, 2 gems, and 2 keys. Customer number 5254. Shipped November 5th. Invoice number 627. Alright. Good stuff, good stuff. The garage offers 3 keys. That's a lot of keys. Probably not the smart choice, but I haven't seen the garage yet, so... Swan song. Alright, we've got a card and a car, so that would be D. in this position. Which I think would make that one, this road, dates. Dates, crack, 8, S something or other. Right. But that may... May not have been my best choice to go with this, but well. Alright, Christophe, this is the third time this month you and the car have been gone when your services were required. I don't care how long you have been driving for his lordship, your absences must be accounted for. Mrs. Babbage. It said there's 3 keys in here, but I ain't seeing them. Ah, there they are. I have so many keys. Got keys for days. Probably not going to end up using them. But maybe I will. One thing I have not tried that I should have tried well before now. No, that does not respond to regular keys. This is risky, depending on what it gives me. Risky. Because it could totally screw me on this door. That would totally screw me. As would that. This won't. Okay, pick up our key here. Alright, the black box contains gems. This box and the blue box are empty. All 3 boxes are empty. Alright, so that's a lie. This box and the blue box are empty. That also has to be a lie. Because, wait, does it? Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. So all 3 boxes are empty. That's definitely a lie. This box and the blue box are empty. Could be true. The black box contains the gems. That also could be true. I know the black box is lying. Which means one of these 2 statements has to be true. And they're basically the same statement. So I'm going to go with the black box. Hooray! Okay. Alright. Gonna have to be the Nook, because I really need to turn north. That would be the end of the run. So this is the only really valid option. Well, I guess the spare room is also kind of a valid option. Actually, yeah, they're both about the same. This one doesn't require gems, so somebody might drop change or something. No such luck. Oh well. Alas. Don't like the chapel. So we'll go with the security room. Locked door. Electronically locked door. Just my luck. Okay, so I can't get through there. There's a chance the billiard room could give me a key card. And that would get me through. The observatory also wouldn't be a bad pick. But that's more of a long-term pick. I think I'm gonna have to go with the billiard room and hope that I remember how to do this silly thing. Oh, it's not the same. Okay. Five minus 4 would be 1 times 10. Huh, maybe I have figured it out. Oh, more keys. Yeah, I think I'm getting screwed by the RNG this time. I think the RNG is eating my lunch today. Yeah, I've only got one more place to go that I can build on. If I get the breaker box, I could, you know, move forward with it, but otherwise... Of course, it would help if I actually went the right way. Haven't seen the pool yet. May as well take a look. Still just baffled by this pair up. Alright, pool rules. The draft pool is your deck. Drafting pool rules. The draft pool is your deck of potential floor plans. Each time you draft, 3 random floor plans are drawn from the draft pool for you to select from. The odds of drawing a specific floor plan may differ depending on the room. Some rooms are more rare than others. Floor plans added to the draft pool are removed at the end of the day unless otherwise stated. No running. Okay. It all just feels pointless at this point. This day just will not turn around for me. Got tons of stuff and none of it is particularly useful. Like 8 keys and 2 gems, and I can't use any of it. Because I can't get through that damn security door. Well, hang on a tick. RNG smiles on me after all. At least for the moment. Okay. I think I want the pump room. My, what a complicated apparatus. Alright, what do we got? Pump control panel, water source selection. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Got tank 1 can hold 4 units, tank 2 can hold 4 units. Pump to tank switch. And we've got 4 pumps. So basically it's a method of draining things, I think. Don't have the kitchen here, so I could flood the kitchen. Or can I flood the kitchen? Might be able to. Kitchen is going to be number 4. Number 4 goes straight to tank 2. Through pump 3. It's alright, let's try it. Fantastic. The kitchen is now partially flooded. Nothing? Huh. It's not that simple to get tank 1 to flow into tank 2 then, eh? Alright, well, nonetheless. Alright, greenhouse. Okay, so tanks 1 and 2 should be empty now. And should, therefore, be able to take what's in the pool, I think. Can't be that ridiculous. Why? Of course you can't, it's a puzzle game. Alright, so we can't send water straight from tank 1 into tank 2. We're going to have to send the water from tank 1 out to position 2 and pull water from either position 1 or 2, and we can filter it into tank 2 from there afterwards. Trouble is, that's also full. The reservoir and the fountain are full. Okay. If I pull water out of them, I can send water from tank 1 into them. Okay. So that should empty out the pool. So I can go see what's going on there. I've already got the letter for that area. Yes, I do. Okay. Money. Lots and lots of money. Where'd I put that commissary? But I'm almost out of steps for the day. Let's take the sledgehammer. Draw floor plans leading north more frequently. Okay. Can shatter padlocks on locked trunks. Huh. It's actually not quite what I'd hoped for from that. Had wanted to... Break open sealed up areas like that. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm basically done for the day, but well... Okay. Not exactly. Yeah, this is basically pointless. But at least I got to see a couple new rooms, I guess. Red Prince by Marion Marigold. This Red Prince, who sat on a red throne, had a red crown made of rubies and a red castle made of stone. Prince had love for all things red, it's the only true color, the prince often said. Could not stand in the sight of the canary or a crow, nor could he stand the white of a swan in the snow. And he never looked up, for fear of the view, he had heard the sky was not a red hue. So he always had a book to turn his eyes down, if he was ever outside and the clouds weren't around. And do you know which book the prince always had, the one that made him happy whenever he was sad? Good grief, this drags on a bit. A story he had read in the bath and the bed, maybe you can guess what the clues we have said. It was the story of a boy who also wore red. He looked like our prince from his toes to his head, and as you, my reader, might already assume, this book is quite near you, in fact in the same room. Story about you, if it needs to be said. Red Prince in his book, the Red Book we just read. Yeah. Anything else in here? That's that meme salamander thing, isn't it? Got a pawn in here. Yep, nope, that's about it. And we are blocked in, and there's no way we're getting back outside before we run out of steps. So, call it a day, I guess. 8 keys. Barely used any of them. Absolute waste. All right. Oh, why not? Let's do a closet. Oh, hey, running shoes. Occasionally save steps when traveling longer distances across the estate and grounds. Okay. Already got one dead end, so we should probably go with the pantry. Nook is unfortunately turning the wrong way, so that's no good. And what does the commissary have today? I wonder if higher rank commissaries have better stuff. It stands to reason, I suppose. Okay, what do we got? This box is black. That is true. The gems are in a true box. Good to know. This box is blue. Okay, now, on the face of it, I'd have two options here, because the black box and the blue box are both telling the true statements, and the white box says that the gems are in one of the true boxes. But there always has to be at least one lie. Neither of those is lying, which means this has to be lying, and the gems are not in a true box. really should get that coin purse, but that's still a dead end, and I don't want that. Oh good, they're all dead ends. Lovely. What's the coin purse do? Ah. It's a terrible item to check. Yeah, nothing I've got is good right now. Okay. Magnifying glass would have been a good choice. Need one of those next time I'm in the mail room. I know there's something more to this room because of that. Cannot for the life of me figure out what it is, though. Waiting for the clocks to get into those positions doesn't seem to do anything. Dead end, dead end. Effectively a dead end. Well, at least this will give me some benefit for later. Does 2 do? 2 trunks added to the entrance hall. What room is this? The office? At least it's new. Alright, let's see what we've got. Upgrade disk. Insert into one of the estate terminals to permanently upgrade one of your floor plans. Okay. The antechamber lever in the greenhouse is broken again. I don't think there is enough time to put in another work order before Simon arrives, so just make sure the west and east levers are operational. Okay. Okay. Alright, Bridget, please check if any books matching these titles are available for purchase in Reddington: Flight of the Queen, Watch of the Count, Fall of the Lord, Passing of the Barons, Herrings of the Major. We had a little trouble reading the Baron's writing, so I'm not sure if the last title is intended to be Hearings or Herrings, but knowing Herbert, I suspect either would be suitable. Okay. Okay. Alright, what do we got? Staff services. I think we've already done all of that. Let's place a special order. We don't want that. That's also not great. I'm gonna say the magnifying glass? Because that's the one I really don't have. Though I should probably say the shovel since I don't know what it's for. Okay, so to get this to work, you have to have at least 2 of these rooms active. Alright. From Mrs. Babbage. Sir, you have not left me any instructions for the following week, and you know how much I hate leaving critical plans up until the last minute. As soon as you decide on definite plans for the holidays, please pass a message on to me, either through Hartley, who is valeting for you this weekend, or if you absolutely insist, through this confounded electronic typewriter. Alright, fuse box repair. Actually, this is something they said they were going to send. Right. Okay. Gabe, yes, that is the correct functionality. Also, when you are out here next week, please test that the correct sequence is off, blue, green, white, red, purple. Thanks for due diligence on this project. That's from our uncle, granduncle. Off, blue, green, white, red, purple. Alright. State changes. Dear Herbert, we just wanted to let you know that the changes you have requested to your will have been implemented and notarized. If your premonition, God forbid, should bear fruit, rest assured that your plans will be executed down to the last detail. McGuire, McKinley, and McDougal. From Mick. Alright, fuse box repair. The VAC indicator lights installed per instructions have been turned on. However, it should be noted that the white indicator is only displayed after syncing all 6 indicators to purple. If this is not the desired functionality, please let us know and we will fix it in our regular service visit next week. Okay. So I need to... Basically, first we'll have to turn everything purple. Dadgummit. Bleh. Okay, first get everything purple, then change it to... off, blue, green, white, red, purple. That could take a little bit of doing, actually. Oh well. At least now we know. Back to network menu. Data transfers. Not available. Doubt there's anything too terribly new in the glossary of terms. Alright. Let's go ahead and insert the disk. Uh... Huh. I think a key is probably best. Okay, Flight of the Queen, March of the Count, Fall of the Lord, Passing of the Barons, Herrings of the Major. All these are in red except for March of the Count. Got this. Got several busts in here, but only this guy's. Is he the only one who repeats? Is he the. Sorry. No, this. Or. Wait, is that the same? Let's check the mustache. Nope, that's the same guy as well. That's a different guy, but he's bigger. That. One, two, three. Four of him. Got two of him. That guy's different. It's probably 0303 or 0304, I'm not sure. March. Okay. Got a gem. And. Okay, just the gem. 8. Dear Mr. Sinclair, thank you for promptly answering all our demands, for not involving the police, and for allowing this unfortunate transaction to transpire as smoothly as one could hope. And while I'm guessing you hoped to never hear back from us again once we had given you back the envelope, we felt that one final red letter of our own was merited given the circumstances. Hopefully you will not be as careless with this missive as you were with the others. Correspondence this incriminating should be kept in safes, not desk drawers. First, let's put your apprehensions aside, as I'm sure another red envelope is the last thing you expected to find in your desk. No, we are not making more demands, and no, we do not have copies of the other letters. We were already more than generous and accommodating, and the least we can do is fulfill our end of the bargain. So why write to you at all? Why incriminate ourselves further if we already have what we want? In a word, principles. After reading your eloquent reply to our initial note, it became apparent to us that there had been a few misunderstandings. This letter is intended to clarify some of those points and hopefully will place our schemes in a softer light. First, we may have gotten too excited with the colorful language of blackmail, but our goal was never to terrorize. No. Blackmail rarely involves terror. Heaven forfend. Despite what you may believe you interpreted as thinly veiled threats toward your young nephew, I want to personally assure you— Wait, me? Yeah, that'd be me. Dicks? I would personally assure you that there was never any tangible danger. If we gave any impression we would hurt the youngster, it was only meant in a very vague sense of hurting his social prospects, and yes, while we admit that our word choices might be questionable enough so that it would be reasonable to accuse us of being intentionally misleading, we hope you believe us when we tell you that this was not a calculated ploy to elicit payment. So, not just dicks, but lying dicks. However, as payment has been received, there is nothing to be gained by scrutinizing the questionable ethics that were employed in our extortion of those funds. Little defense can be mustered on that score. Additionally, any judgmental tone you may have detected when we discussed the content of your stolen letters was entirely unintended. We want it on record that we do not consider ourselves superior to you and your family in any way, and are in fact entirely sympathetic to the underlying cause that the letters pertain to, and you thought this letter couldn't get more incriminating for us. Yeah. Again, we feel terribly guilty as sin, and only time will tell if the financial recompense will outweigh our culpability. Even though you will never hear from us again, we hope this parting letter will result in you thinking of us and our dealings, if not favorably, at least sympathetically. Sorry for the inconvenience. Forever Anonymous, X. Well, that is the most disingenuous bullshit I've read in a minute. Like, sure, yeah, we threatened your nephew and we extorted money from you, but really, we're sympathetic to your cause. It's just mealy-mouthed, weasel-worded bullshit. It's the kind of thing that C.S. Lewis, was calling out in That Hideous Strength with the academics who would just utterly mealy-mouthed about everything while they were plotting to murder you. Alright, so that says... okay. Alright, I've not really tried too hard to solve this room because I figured there'd be more information somewhere else, but it doesn't appear that that is the case. So what times do those show? They show... well... actually, you would never see the hands quite in that position, but if you did, they'd be saying 3:45 and either 1:55 or 11:05. I'm not sure which, because got them the exact same length. In any case, 11, 1, 9, and 3 are the relevant. Can I poke those at all? Can I poke anything here? Would not seem so. Alright, money. See, I can't really build any more today, because things just did not go the right way. Kind of hoping these will be here every day. At any rate, let's go hit the commissary. Can't do much to help myself today. But if I pick up something good at the commissary, maybe I can leave it behind for myself for later. Shovel, what do you do? Looks like it could be useful for digging. Okay. Hmm. Okay, that was a long shot anyway. Hmm. Alright, well. I think I'm gonna give myself the shovel in the mail room and call it a day. The coat check room, rather. And you can only check one item. Okay. Alright. Well, it's Despite my best efforts, I got built into a corner, so there's nothing to do today. Except call it a day. So I want to take a look at the room directory. How many rooms have I seen so far? 6, 12, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. These are only the blue rooms. 25, 26, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. Okay, so there's way more than 46 rooms. In fact, there's like 86 total rooms. This house physically cannot contain all the rooms within it. Good to know. Oh, and it keeps track of how well you did. Day is going to be rather pathetic, I'm afraid. Alright, I'll be back in a moment. And back. So those trunks only appear once. It's kind of a lame benefit. Alright, well. Guess it lost my best choice here. That just seems bizarre. It's like it's building it specifically to spite me by not allowing me to go north. In fact, all three of these feel like they're doing that. The hell is this RNG? Yay, sleep mask. The gems are in this box. The gems are not in this box. The gems are not in the white box. Okay, this one's a bit tougher. Okay. If this is the lie, then the gems aren't in the black box. And this statement has to be true, and this statement has to be true, which would put them in the blue box. On the other hand, if this statement is a lie, this statement could also be a lie, but then this statement could not be true. And that's a problem. I mean, if the gems are not in the white box is a lie, and the gems are not in this box is a lie, okay, that's... If they're in the white box, then these two statements are a lie, and so is this, which means we've got three lies, so they cannot be in the white box. Which means that this is true. I'm gonna say blue box. Hey kids, you want to go into a dead end? Alright, what do you got? Got a magnifying glass, actually. Nice. I might come back for that. If I can find my way into the mailroom. Yeah, I think we want the corridor this time. Don't know if I've ever actually done the kitchen. Alright, let's see what we've got in the kitchen. Lovely view of the outside. Though probably only when it's positioned right to have that. Did say food was for sale here. we go. Club sandwich for 8. Tomato soup for 5. Plus 5 for every red room. 20 for the glazed salmon. Bananas are 2. Okay, well, good. Neat. I think the drawing room might actually be worth it. Okay, security. Easily the best choice here. Of course, I just wasted my opportunity to reroll to get something else that might have been equally as good or better. Why is the passageway 2 gems? I will never understand that. I think I just had a sudden inspiration of why you might want to have a high security setting. Because if you've turned off the security doors, the more of them you get, the more doors you've just opened for yourself. Crap. Okay, so I don't have the gems for the walk-in closets. That's pretty much out. So it's either the utility closet or this. Actually, no, I want the utility closet. I want to test out that other thing we read about. Five. Alright, let's see what this does. Why am I not getting blue? Am I going crazy? I mean, I used to get blue, didn't I? The heck? I'm gonna lose my mind. Why are none of these turning blue? What the hell? Okay. Okay, we got it. What did we get? I have no idea. Oh. The Gemstone Cavern has been permanently unlocked and added to your campsite. Starting tomorrow, you will start each new day with 2 gems. Fantastic. That is actually really good. Glad that's a permanent, because I would have hated to have to do that every single day. I kind of want to run go check it out. But we could do that later when we're not this deep in. I hate doing this. Alright, time to lose money. Frankly, I kind of hate that they designated the chapel for that purpose. billiard room. And I think this is actually a new set of pictures I haven't seen yet. Okay. We have a pilot and a plot. So I. I am at position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Okay. No, nothing back there. Alright. Let's play the puzzle. So 18 minus 4 be 14. 4 times 5 will be 20. 20 divided by 5 will be 4. Okay. 7 minus 3 is 4. Times 10 is 40. Divided by 2 is 20. Don't have the gems for that one. And I don't think I've seen the library before, so let's take a look. Alright. Looks like coastline. Coast and cost? A? Additional reading. House directory is a great source of information. If you wish to read more about a specific room in the house, press R to pull up the directory. Another key. All right. Book request form in library use only. Books and periodicals requested with this form will be pulled and available the next time you draft the library. Please select one. Sightseer's Guide to Reddington, Swimbird, The Fixed Stars, History of Orinda, EPCW Pump System User Manual, Drafting Strategy Architectural Digest Volume 3. You know what? Let's do that one. And I can go up the stairs. Lovely. Mount Holly Records. Ah. Okay. So if you fail, records of your defeat will be ignominiously recorded for all time. Hooray! Okay, let's see here. Okay. Contraptions, you say? Didn't realize contraption making was a part of this game. It's not like I'm avoiding the passageway on purpose, it's just that I never have enough gems for it when it shows up. Not my fault. Actually, I suppose it is my fault. But that's not the point. The point is, it's not intentional. The foundation does not reset each day. Combined inventory to create new items. Power source. These are all fascinating. This is the most fascinating. So this does not reset each day, this foundation here. No drawings in here. And again, no gems. Guess the spare room is my only real option. Well, how am I supposed to get that down? Not sure what I'm supposed to do with this at all. Not just a little bit disappointed in this. I'd actually say I'm rather disappointed in the Foundation. The dining room, I think. Alright, right up to the antechamber. Which does me no damn good. Interesting. I've already been to this location before. Yes I have. Howdy. Not much. Permanent. Oh, right, that is... already know about that. Eat the fish. Well, that's... Shit. Don't have anywhere else I can go. And my only option is a dead end, because I don't have any gems. Brilliant. I'm doing alright. How are you? Oat, bat, O. It's going to be O. Good, good. Hope you're having a good night. This run is basically toast, unfortunately. What kind of ideas? It's basically a puzzle game, really. Kind of have to unravel it like a knot. No. Okay. Yeah, it's probably a pretty good one. Gives you plenty of things to talk about. As long as you're willing to think out loud. It's also kind of a... just started today, so I suppose I'm at 4 or 5 hours, maybe 6. Alright, what do we got here? Here's the last of the equipment. Here's the last of the equipment for the new mine. I don't think we're going to need more than this, especially if we're going to limit excavation to 2 stones per day. It's told by the engineer that getting greedier than that may risk structural integrity of the cave walls, so I suppose we'll have to adhere to his expert opinion. No, not daily. When I have time. Too happy about that, but hopefully you can smooth it over. One more cart down there. Locked on a short track, way too difficult to move from the reservoir side. It's a little bit awkward because it's blocking the passage. Boss informed us that there are 2 other ways into the site from that side, but I think we're going to leave that for someone else to finish up if the old man really wants it done. Okay. Yeah. Should be a good time. What have I done? Ah, I've set something on fire. Fantastic. apparently there are 4 things that I need to set on fire for some as yet unknown purpose. I have very little else going on. Basically, I don't have a significant other. Uh, it's not terribly motivational. Basically, work is to make money so that I can live. Streaming is for fun so I can relax and enjoy my life. There are plenty of ways you can enjoy life. This might not work for you, and you can find something that does. Yeah, maybe not the best answer. But it's what I got right this second off the top of my noodle. So we may need to set a lot more things on fire. That's okay, I like fire. Honestly, motivation for streaming is just sort of a question of what do you want to get out of it. Like, if you're wanting to build a huge community, then you're gonna have to put that kind of work in. If you're wanting to just relax with it, then it's a lot easier. But I think that's all I can get done today. I think I'm gonna do one more run and then call it a night. Sure, why not? Okay. Okay, so the foundation stays directly in place. Huh. Yeah, I suppose I'm more or less just kind of winging it. But that's okay. Sure. But I'm not super worried about that. Like I said, I've got work to make money, and I don't stream to create a huge community. I stream because I think it's fun. If people show up, they show up. If they don't, okay. Let's go with... Let's go with Green Thumb. Those are some good options. 2 good options. Haven't seen either of these yet. Oh, compass. Nice. Let's go with the West Wing Hall. I've already read that torn note. Garage would be a dead end. Closet is a dead end. We want the bedroom. If I had one more gem, that would be pretty much perfect. Alas, I do not. Okay. Metal detector. Always nice. Why would I need to launder currency? Okay, this is a new position for me. So we've got wheat and a storm. Don't know what to make of that one. Wheat, clouds, storm, grain, grain and rain. G. Alright, what position are we in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, so we've got 2. 3 times 3 is 9. 10 times 3 is 30, divided by 6 is 5. 18 minus 12 is 6. Times 2 is 12, divided by 6 is 2. Alright. Alright, the ambitious young architect, a fresh blueprint represents a world of boundless possibilities. When you are staring at a blank canvas, you have unlimited potential and ideas to explore, but with an abundance of options at your disposal, the architect can also become overwhelmed by the countless choices and decisions that need to be made. Should I draft a hallway or a closet? How many bedrooms do I need in my house? Is passageway really worth 2 gems? All these questions can compound, adding layers of complexity and stress to the design process. That's why it's even more important to develop a simple and effective strategies that you can employ while drafting your house to ensure a successful project outcome. In this volume of Architectural Digest, we aim to provide architects with some of those strategies and even assist them in developing their own. How long is this? Alright, although many architects employ different strategies for developing their house designs, the most agree on one guiding principle: have gems while drafting. One of the most common ways architects draft themselves into a corner is by not having the resources they need when opening a new door. If you lack the gems to consider all 3 presented options, you may be forced to draft a room you do not want. To avoid this predicament, focus on drafting rooms that grant you gems and prioritize acquiring gems as early in the day as you can. This approach is a surefire way to set yourself up for success. Okay? Make sure you check for gems in the room you are in before clicking the door. I do this way too much. Think about saving some gems for emergencies. I try to only spend them if I really need a room. I will never draft passageway on the first 5 ranks. It's a simple strat that has served me well. If you see gems for sale in any of the shops, buy them out. Don't pass up wine cellar, even if you're not thirsty. There's no such thing as too many gems. I may have a bit of a problem. Okay, draft early ranks first. Very common mistake beginners make is drafting in a straight line north and ignoring the many unopened doors they have left behind in the entrance hall and the rooms of the early ranks. When these architects reach the higher ranks, they quickly discover they do not have enough keys or gems to continue. Their day usually ends by returning to the lower ranks to draft from the doors they skipped, only to find rooms and items that would have made all the difference if they had only been found earlier in the day. As the layout to the right demonstrates, even a path of rooms that snakes through the house and does not go in a straight line can also be structurally weak if you leave lots of unopened doors on the ranks behind you. By starting each day on a strong foundation of rooms of the early ranks, you will have a much better chance of finding success when you eventually start heading further into the house. Five combos you don't want to miss. Another aspect to consider when planning your house is the order in which you draft rooms. For instance, if you draft cloister before terrace, you will be down 3 gems, but if you draft them in the reverse order, cloister would be free. Identifying a synergistic cloister costs 3 gems? Good grief, I should have done that one. Oh well. Identifying a synergistic pair of floor plans is an essential first step, but determining the optimal order for drafting those rooms will provide you with an additional advantage, significantly improving your chances of success. A foyer drafted before a great hall would mean that all of its many doors would be unlocked. Drafting a bunk room after nursery will give you 10 extra steps because it counts as 2 separate bedroom triggers. You won't have to backtrack constantly to collect your gold spread from office if you draft a conference room. The more items you have, the greater your chances of being able to create a contraption in Workshop. Two-pair combos aren't the only form of synergy. You will find some floor plans only work by drafting other specific rooms. These rooms aren't powerful on their own, but they can become very useful when their connectivity is eventually discovered. The utility closet is a perfect example of this. It doesn't do anything by itself, but it can literally power up or down other rooms you have drafted in your house. Garage powers garage door and grants west path access. Turns light, darkroom turns light back on after blowing a fuse. Gymnasium turns lights off to prevent step loss. I didn't know it could do that. Okay. Other examples. One of the more simple examples, her ladyship's chamber has synergy with Lady Epson's other two rooms, her boudoir and walk-in closet. The boiler room connects ducts from room to run steam power to specific destinations in the house. Laboratory, garage, laundry room, furnace, and pump room all have uses for steam power. Speaking of pump room, this room controls the water level throughout the rooms of the estate and can interact directly with the pool, aquarium, greenhouse, kitchen, and several other features located outside the main house. Alright, tips and tricks. Are we almost done here? We are, okay. In the kitchen, you can check which course is being served in the dining room that day. This will allow you the opportunity to draft specific rooms that will make the meal even more delicious. Besides counting as two rooms, bunk room also counts as Besides counting as two bedrooms, it also counts as two rooms. This will increase the amount of steps granted by master bedroom, the amount of gold spread by the tomb, and the amount of keys found in the servants' quarters. Each time you solve a puzzle in the billiard room or parlor, the difficulty will increase slightly the next time you draft that room. Just because you didn't find any items in a room when you first explored it, doesn't mean that it will be the case the next time you draft it. The day after drafting Freezer, it enters an automated cooldown refreezing cycle during which it cannot be drafted for the next 24 hours. If you are stuck or don't know what to do in a specific room, sometimes it is smart to move on. There are multiple ways to solve many of the challenges you will come across, and there is a very good chance you will find a piece of information down the road which may help. When in doubt, draft rooms you have never seen before. Even if you do not think the rooms seem very useful, they may still hold useful clues and information that may help you on your journey. Okay. Alright. It was a longer one than I expected. Sadly, it looks like there isn't a card to get the next book. I'll probably have to make this room again before I can get a different book. Maybe that's for the best. Okay, so this is dead-ended. And it does look like I'm making one of the classic blunders already. Really hate that I get this room so often. It's like one of the worst rooms. They make you deal with it constantly. Broken lever. Print notes. HS has requested yet another print of her ladyship, I assume for one of her rooms in the West Wing, as well as an enlarged print of the enclosed photograph. He said the last development was too dark, and so keep an eye on that. Darn it, I need a magnifying glass here as well. Well, that's a lie. And that's a lie. So that's gotta be true. Is that just going to be for that room, or is it going to be more permanent? Because that seems horrible. I need to start drafting more of these red rooms. Might have clues in them. I've done this one already, but looked at these ones. No, I haven't. Alright. Got that tiered dessert tray. There are clues in here. Alright. Marigold wins Herald Literary Honor. Popular children's writer Marion Marigold adds yet another feather to her scholastic cap when she discovered on Thursday that her picture book Swimbird had been chosen as the Herald Literary Medal Illustrated Book of the Year. This is Marigold's second time winning this prestigious honor. The previous medal was, of course, for her debut effort. She was no stranger to the public eye even before her literary success. The niece and closest living relation of Baron H.S. Sinclair, Mary began using Marigold as a pen name to free her from the political associations that one may make with the Sinclair family. About a year later, Swimbird author never considered herself a success. She confided, "My son was the one that actually got me to start writing. I had always challenged myself to never tell him the same story twice at bedtime, and so as we ran out of books we owned, my imagination had to take over from there." Marigold has elaborated in previous interviews that her debut book, Red Prince, is based on her son and his inflexible love of the color red. A statement that has been held with much skepticism by the many pundits that viewed the book as a rather thinly veiled political critique of the Royalist Party and their unwavering, blind loyalty to the throne. Publisher and author detained by Red Guard. Question. Caleb Manning and his publisher Philip White were 2 of 3 dozen names that appeared on a leaked dossier naming them a person of interest in the Trinsdale bombing that killed 4 people last Tuesday. Although no group has come forth to officially take responsibility of the attack, it is widely believed by authorities to be the work of the insurgent group RLCF, who also call themselves the Children of Blackwater. Ruffington Press was quick to dismiss the rumors in a statement released on Friday, maintaining that the popular author and Mr. White were simply victims of an unfortunate happenstance, whatever that means. This would not be the first time that the publishing house has defended a rogue employee. 3 years ago, an associate editor with the company was arrested for criminal conspiracy, although the charges were later dropped. Marigold drops publisher. Local author and popular personality Marion Marigold has announced a split with her long-term publishing partner Ruffington Press, citing personal reasons. The announcement came after the arrest last week of fellow author and colleague Caleb Manning, whom Marigold has referred to as her mentor, friend, and confidant. Marigold is the 3rd prominent writer to distance themselves from the publisher this week. Was seen at the corner, suspicious bag under the waved down a local man, 3rd major last anticipated. The heck is this nonsense? Okay, so she may or may not have gotten charged with treason. No traces discovered of Cinca heiress, but search continues. Mary Matthew Jones, the author and illustrator whose fanciful stories were written under the name Marion Marigold, was last seen by a close friend at 3:45 p.m. on Friday, getting into a carriage after a late luncheon date at the 100 Bells Tea Room in Trinsdale. Mrs. Jones never arrived home and the carriage driver cannot be located. Family and local authorities are very concerned, but have not deemed the case foul play. It's an out-of-character incident at this point, and we are seeking information. Priceless jewels stolen in dramatic Royal Museum heist. Thieves in the royal capital of Fen Aries have broken into one of the Crown's fabled closed exhibits. These lavish rooms have historically been reserved exclusively for the use of aristocracy and high peerage, and access has never been granted out to those outside noble circles, at least not until today, as local police and forensic experts have been spotted in virtually every corner of the museum grounds dredging for clues. The museum authorities said they were alerted in the middle of the night by reports of several masked intruders seen breaching the south wall and brandishing firearms. The intruders broke into the museum, subdued the royal guard, and disabled the security system. By the time the militia arrived on the scene, the burglars had simply vanished. Although an official registry of the lost jewels has not been publicly announced, among the treasured artifacts rumored to be stolen is the renowned ruby crown of Orinda Aries, the priceless crown jewel whose material worth pales in comparison to the historic value. If these rumors are true, the evidence may suggest that the theft was politically motivated. That was a lot. Tiger. Well, if it's still tiered, or tier, we've got tiger and tier, that would leave us with G. Okay. Nothing else here? I suppose not. That would dead end me, and there's not really a benefit to it. But I'm low on gems. Actually, considering the number of steps I got, this was really a good call. Actually, I never want to draft this room again if I can avoid it. So we'll just take some pictures. All right. rank 8. So I'm only on rank 7. I have to go one more before it will unveil for me. I've got 6 keys. It's not really a problem. Spare room really wouldn't do me much good though, because it's just, that's not going to be open, it's going to be a dead end. May as well. Oh, commissary. I am one shy of being able to get a set of 4 gems. Maid's quarters? Yep, maid's chambers. Oh, bother. Less likely to find stuff lying about, eh? Alright, well. Alright, the day we all dreaded has finally arrived. It is with unprecedented sadness that we inform you of the death of our benefactor, employer, and master, the Baron of Mount Holly, H.S. Sinclair. Any staff who have an interest in attending services may contact Mrs. Babbage for details. In following the instructions left by the Baron himself, effective immediately, all work at Mount Holly is suspended. All live-in staff will have 1 month paid leave and must vacate the premises by Friday, November 6th. If that's important. Hmm. Seven locked doors? What am I supposed to do with 7 locked doors? Only one of which actually leads anywhere. Well, not quite true. And without any gems... No, a key. Wanted coin. What have we got? Wheat. Fire. Match. Wouldn't be thatch. Burn. Oh, good grief. Wheat and heat? W? Every time I enter this room, it's going to... not gonna do that. There are no drawings in this room. The hell? Don't think I should spend more keys there. I think that would just be a waste. Okay. Stone cut by hand and letters wrought do spell our secrets carved from thought. A message read is often lost among the bold words spoken soft. The note is read, the letter is not. Okay, there's something there I am absolutely missing. Pick sound amplifier. What does that do? Okay. What have we got here? True box does not. The true box does not always contain the right. Yes. Gem requirements. Bane of my existence. Yeah, that was too easy. Would have been too easy. Okay. Let's go with the conference room. Though it likely doesn't do me any good this time. Reminder, after meeting adjourns, take all conference notes and place them in the office safe. Safe code 9083. Okay. Which cannot be the code to the office we've already been to, because we know that one's 0304. Spreading items. Some special rooms allow you to spread items throughout your house. When items are spread, they are immediately placed in several of the rooms currently on your estate. However, if you have a conference room, spread items are gathered in that room instead. Ah, the wine cellar. Not been in the wine cellar before. Let's see, that's 1213. Very old family. Alright, tie and time. Have I done this one already? Yes, I have. Actually, I should look in the conference room. Okay, we've got tree, and we've got a spine. Spine, pine, S. Okay. Here in the boudoir, we have chest, chart, stocks, box, bar, I wonder what safe they're talking about then. Alright. I mean, stock and stocks feels way too simple. Kind of useless to me at this point. And here within the first word sung, the key you seek in major tongue, but half the sheets are missing from the four you hold the rest far flung. A half note held is quite the pun. Among the scattered symphony, a message hidden beneath the keys, in bold words sung by you and me. A fractured note, an urgent plea. In bold words sung, I do repeat, the ones of you who oft assume that you alone can solve this tune are likely going to get your due, and all the rage that will ensue while working on this simple clue, while pages lined with melodies do hide the words we've come to seek from our choice among all these. We write down one that seems to be the loudest type with ink that bleeds. First words on the and the first words are find among the white haven't seen pages 5, 6, and 7 yet, but I know we found 8 in the workshop. And the last word is, let's see, find among the white, 3 missing words, and stones. Well, at least I know what that's for now. Well, crumbs. Great. A spare set of car keys. I could probably use those if I had the garage deployed. Too bad I don't, and I'll lose these at the start of the next run. Still, today has been pretty productive, I would say. The only place I can still build that I can see is down here, which is kind of pointless. But you never know. Anyway, guess I could try my luck on another door, see if there's any point to these things at all. Oh, an upgrade disc. Neat. I've got security, so I can actually make use of that. Oh, alright, Crown and Crow, this is N. Alas. Did I actually open this door? I did. Continue up, you must go down. Okay. The basement key. Which will unlock the basement door. Okay. I don't know if I can get to the basement door. Hang on, I need to take a short break. And I'm back. Okay. Howdy. Going to go with the money. Just fine. Hmm. Yes. I've played several other games besides this. And I will play several others yet. Alright. Need to get... Uh-huh. Alright, what have we got? Bath... Acid. No. File? Hmm. Yeah, I don't play too many, horror games. I'm not really in the mood right now. I'm getting close to the end of stream and I'd really just like to keep focusing on this, if that's all the same to you. Huh. I don't know. Can't think of this one. Add it to the list, I guess. Beaker in a bathtub. It's not beaker. What are those called? They're called vials. Doesn't make any sense. Not at this time. Sorry, but you're like the fifth or sixth streamer to pop in today, and or artist to pop in today, and I'm frankly a little tired of the hard sell. I believe I just told you no as politely as I could. Okay. And all true. Fantastic. Alright, I don't think I can do anything else of use today. Which means it's about time for me to call it a night and call it a day. Oh. Well, damn. I wanted to keep that shovel. Oh well. Key was not a permanent addition. Oh well. Alright, well, that's going to be it for me for tonight. As always, thank you all for watching, and y'all have a good night.